And you know what is the best? I start this stream with my first technical issue that I didn't have my Spotify source unlocked. God damn it. Angie, thank you so much. Not just for the sub, but also for your amazing support. And of course, the friends I started to get to know through you, which in turn also started to support my channel. Well, hello. Welcome to the first week of June. Happy Pride Month to everybody. It is time to buy all the colored things because, you know, corporations will be your best friend for this month. And then for the next 11 months, they're gonna hate you again. For no reason at all. So, oh god. Happy Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. Wow. What about the women? And anyone in between? So, hi, chat. Hi, chat. Hi. So, let us talk. So here's the most funniest part and the most saddest part about today's first goal on this journey. So let's begin with the sad part. So I streamed on Saturday, and then late in the night, Twitch, Women's is May. Okay, acceptable. Yeah, I know that this is actual things. Look, every day can be a day of something, and every month can be something of something of something of something of something. But yeah. So yeah, the first sad thing that happened, I streamed on Saturday, and then far late into the night, Twitch goes like, achievement unlocked. And goes like, wow, you did stream the last 30 days with an average of 3 viewers. And I was like, that's amazing. And then I checked my affiliate achievement and it was still at 2.9. And I was like, what are you doing, Twitch? You unlock an achievement, but at the same time you're not unlocking that? And then on Sunday, it actually unlocked the button to click to apply for affiliate. Which makes this extremely funny, because it means the day I got affiliate was the 1st of June, aka a day that is very difficult not to remember. And now I have 2 ongoing anniversaries. One for when I actually started to stream, and one for my affiliate. Oh man. But yeah, I have to say, like, when you don't know, you know, the thing is, you are going to make a contract with Twitch, right? But at the same time, it's like, when you're not an affiliate, you're standing there and you go like, what the fuck do I need to do when I get actually the chance to apply for affiliate? It kind of scared me, because I was like, I like to be informed and know exactly what I have to expect in such a situation. That's why I started to ask around people if they remember when they became affiliate, what they had to fill out. You also have to keep in mind that I'm not in America, so therefore there is a chance that I might have to do a few more steps than others. But I think in the end, the steps are almost 99% always the same thing for anybody anywhere on this planet, which is good. So, if you ever wonder about this specific fact, don't get too scared. It's basically your normal informations that you would always like share when it comes to something with a company contract, which is basically your name, your address, your country, and a few more other personal things that you would share, like a telephone number. And then I think the only thing you have to care about is. Hi, Boba. Thank you so much. Oh god, Boba, what the fuck? Okay, that was a gift. Thank you so much, Boba, for the 5 gifted tears. Holy shit. That is so generous of all of you for doing that. Holy moly. I know that Boba is a resident lurker in my chat, and I always appreciated every time he was here, because it always helped out to count into viewership. So thank you so much, Boba, for lurking around. You're amazing. And to come back to the affiliate things, like the only thing you have to, well, know that is outside of normal informations is your tax identification number, which is always a little bit of a different thing depending on which country you are. But if you ever have filled out a tax form, I'm pretty sure you have an old tax form laying around that will hold this information. But that's it. That's all there is. When you get the affiliate button, you go through certain fill out forms, and when you're done with that, you're instantly affiliate. There's no waiting time, nothing. It just goes. And yes, I sat down yesterday and went through these many new sections in my dashboard. And I have also to say, despite that this is not my mistake, as you can see, some things are missing. And the reason for that is, and I speak about emotes, okay? So I have all emote slots filled, by the way. They are all filled. Strangely enough, some of these still pending in approval. So yes, we have to live a moment with not all the emotes unlocked yet. But yeah, I have 7 animated emotes. I have all... Is it 7 or 5? I think it's 5. Let's see. Before I talk bullshit. So yes, there are 5 standard emotes which are free for everybody. We are missing 2 of those. As you might have noticed, the rear section is, for example, one of those. I don't know, like most of them just got approved within minutes, but the rest is still standing. I have 5 standard emotes for tier 1, in which 1 is missing. Every single animated emote for tier 1 is still pending approval. There will be 7 of those. And the tier 3 emote is also in pending approval. So, yeah. Just keep this in mind. Yeah, you're not being scammed or anything. Just give it a little bit of time for Twitch to approve. So yeah, I also noticed that some of my alerts seem not to work, which is weird. Angie. If you're here, I got scammed. I want a full refund of $0. Damn, son. I'm not sure if I can print out a $0 bill. It's gonna be difficult. Yeah. I know, Angie, you're at work and probably busy, but the moment you have like a minute free to talk in chat, I would be glad if you could answer a question for me. Despite that, I can literally test it myself, which is dumb. Dumb of me. Let's see. Oh god, this is an endless URL. Why? Hopefully they didn't do what I think they did. No, it's all the same. Strange. It's weird. It's all the same thing. Yeah, it's all the same. Makes sense. So, I'm not entirely sure why the alerts don't work. I mean, I see the animation, but I don't hear the sounds, which is a bit weird. Give me a second. I might have an idea why this happens. Yes, listen to my own stream. There we go. Okay. Du -du 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 -du. Oh god. Is it, what the fuck? Troglodytes? What is a troglodyte even? The answer, it's not that. Troglodytes. A member of a fabulous or prehistoric race of people that lived in caves, dens, or holes. A person considered to be reclusive, reactionary, out of date, or brutish. A non-human ape not in scientific use. Wait! Second. It's not what I... Oh, I know what you're meaning. I don't remember its name, but I absolutely know what you mean. Yeah. Okay, so why are you not doing the thing? That is a good question. So it's a jellyfish. No. You know, at this point, you can also say crabs are immortal, because as long as they can keep shedding their shell, they are basically immortal. So is the lobster, I think. Not sure with the lobster, but crabs can do it. So is a snail. Okay, let's see. Okay, that shows me that. This is so strange because when I preview the alert, I hear the sound, but when I test the alert, it doesn't work. You show frijoles. What? Why is the sound not working? That is the one thing that annoys me. That's so strange. Um, let's take the control from OBS away. And this brings me to the point, did you hear the audio from that test? Probably not. Yeah. Ah. I have to see how I'm going to solve that. Regardless, at least it shows the message. That is the most important part. Okay. Let's go with this music. Okay. Jesus. So, I forget my own commands, which is very useful. Apart from all of that, let's do the usual introduction. Hello there, if you're new, or if you're watching this VOD. Congratulations, you have found me. The strange stream section with the blue cat. That's me. I'm Sekamerai, and I'm a variety streamer with a focus on indie games. I have socials, I have a Blue Sky account, which you can follow, bookmark and check at your own leisure, and I have a YouTube account where I upload my important streams and VODs, and shorts, which you can consume at any given time. And someone found the correct command. Good. Today marks the second day I'm being affiliate. So, first and foremost, thank you so much. So much for your support, for being here, lurking, dropping in, dropping out, staying here, interacting, especially in the last few, I would say, months, as I received on the 1st of June my affiliate state, which makes me very, very happy. Because here's an information for you. I'm doing streaming now since a little bit over of 1.5 years. So it took me this long to reach affiliate, and it was worth it. I'm very happy about that. And the most important part is I worked for this. I stayed consistent. I stayed with a schedule. And even if I had maybe a moment or two where I felt like, you know what, this is kind of frustrating, even then, I'm very glad that people kind of also banded together a little bit through the connections I've made through Twitch that then brought me to today. So, again, thank you so much to every single one of you for supporting my channel, for supporting me. Thank you. And yes, I have a new command, which is !Swiss. So yes, I'm Swiss, and I thought, why not teach people a little bit about the Swiss language, which is a weird dialect of German. So does that mean I can pronounce this and as is this is this a typo? Can I pronounce this as shat? And it will still be accepted. No. The pronunciation of this word is Shatala. And this is the way I say it. That doesn't mean like other people pronounce it exactly the same way as I do. Shatala. So it is. How do I convey this? So the interesting thing is we have a word for shadow, right? And the word for shadow, that how I say it, is Schatten. As you can maybe hear, Schatten, Schattele, Schatten, Schattele. So the first part of that word from Schattele comes from the word Schatten, which means shadow. But it says that it can differ by person and location, so I can pronounce it as shat. You can, but I'm pretty sure that every English-speaking person will not be understanding what you are saying. Let me think. Let's see. So I might say Shatteler, but someone else might say Chateauer. Chateauer. So we have a canton which equals to a state, where they tend to say L's as O. So if we take a ball, which in German is Ball. So ball is Ball in German. We also call it Ball. But in that specific canton, they would say Bau. So yeah. You pronounce ball a bit different, but it is exactly written the same way. Shadow bathing is pretty popular around where I live. Fun to know it has its own word in other places. Yeah, of course, in English you would just say shadow bathing, like you said. Like, yeah. I'm not sure if German has a specific name for that. Maybe some people actually call it shadow bathing in German. I personally have never heard the term, but there's a good chance it exists. See, the interesting part about the Swiss language is you take German, and then within Germany, you have also the different kinds of states, right? And locals, and they all have like dialects of normal German, and we basically do the same thing. Except our entire country is like just dialects. But don't be afraid about it, because like the vast majority of Swiss people do understand English. And basically every Swiss person understands German, because when you go to school, classes and German as a class itself are all held in German, not in Swiss. When you go to school, you talk in German. Teachers talk to you in German. But when you are like outside of the classroom, you talk Swiss. Also, officially, the language to use when you are like talking business wise with other people, it is German. You do not write letters or anything in Swiss. That would be the most horrifying thing that you could ever do. Could you teach me German, please? I'm pretty sure any other program that is teaching you German is gonna be far, far better at that than I would. German is not easy. It's not easy because German has. It's not easy because German is among those languages that have a lot of pronouns, a lot of conjugations of verbs. So you have to learn a shit ton. See, in this regard, English is far, far better because they just have the THE as a pronoun for everything, which makes a lot of things easier. And if you learn German, every object has either a feminine, masculine, or neutral pronoun, which might make sense to you or might not make sense to you. And if you really, really hate yourself, then you learn French, because when you have learned German and then you learn French, then you will hate French, because French have decided to take all the wonderful nouns and give them randomized pronouns that are not equal to the German pronouns. Yes, because that makes sense, right? Having studied German on my own, it is a royal pain and gave up after a year of it. Yeah, I think in any language, it doesn't matter what language you are learning. I think the best way to learn any language is to expose yourself to the language. That's why we have overseas study of languages, because you are exposed to the actual culture of the language and you have to use it in everyday situations. And that's when you start to learn the language the fastest, because you constantly have to use it. Of course, not everybody has the time or the money to do that. So the best way to learn language, I would say, is like expose yourself to the language as best as possible. For example, people who want to learn easily English, just watch movies and series in English. Have subtitles, read the subtitles, listen to what is said, and you will see, you will pick up the language faster than you have ever imagined. Talk with your friends in English. Develop a hobby where you can integrate the language. For example, start reading English books. Are you enjoying card games? Why are you not trying to play card games in the language you are learning? Guess what? I learned English far faster because I started to play Magic the Gathering and I started to buy them in English. Granted, there is a downside to that because the cards or the book is not going to tell you how to pronounce the words correctly. I give you an example. The word target. I mispronounced that word for quite some time because I saw it a lot in Magic the Gathering, but I pronounced it as target until I realized that it is target. Of course, then I corrected it, but that is maybe a little bit the downside of that. But it still helps a ton if you combine a language with something that you already feel an interest in. I could just immerse myself in German for a couple of years and let my brain learn it on autopilot like how children do. Yeah. And then you can learn such wonderful terms like Schmetterling, which means butterfly. You know, online they always make fun of German because German is like this strict and commanding kind of language, which is only partially true, let's face it. Yes, anti-baby pill, which means, what is the English term? Contraception pills? Oh, I'm sorry, birth control. Hi, Too Cloudy. How are you doing? Good to see you. I made it, Cloudy. Thanks to all the people who support this channel. Since yesterday, by the way, which is funny, 1st of June. If you don't understand what anti-baby pill means, so in English it's called birth control pills, but in German, if you literally translate it, it means anti-baby pills. So yeah. Thank you, Cloudy. I worked for 1.5 years to reach this point, this very, very important step. I'm so happy. See, German is potentially not that easy to learn, but it is also the basis of a lot of Germanic languages. So, for example, if you want to learn Dutch, you will be surprised to notice if you do understand German and English. If you understand German and English, you will be surprised how easily you are able to read most of Dutch as words. And when you listen to it, you mostly can figure out what is said. You might not be able to write it or speak it, but you partially can understand it without even learning one single Dutch word, which is very interesting and funny. If you want another example, Swedish. Swedish is very similar in that regard. Yes, it's more difficult to understand, but Swedish has also a lot of German and English words in their language, or at least you can relate their words from German or English words. Contraception pills are right too, yeah. Still, I usually say like there must be a good reason for you to learn German. There must be a very practical reason for you to yeah, to learn German, because I say you're better off to learn English, which is today an international spoken language that almost every country can understand most of the time. And while it is also not the easiest language to learn, if you learn Spanish, you will also gain a lot of access to a lot of countries and cultures, because Spanish is still a very widely spoken language. Sadly, on the other hand, French counts also among a very widely used language among the world. But believe me, you are not missing out if you do not learn French. Look, most French people I know also hate their own language and say like, don't learn French. Which I actually can understand. Why? I basically have the same experience with my native tongue in the Philippines. I think it's Philippines, yeah? Ilocano Tagalog is just a universal language. I was completely and utterly exposed to it for most of my life, so I can completely understand it, but can't read or write it. Mono, Mono, I have something for you. I'm not sure if you know this person, but let me find it. Give me a second. Give me more than a second, though. So much scrolling necessary. Scrolling, it never stops. Uh, no. There we go. Mono, do you know Labyrinth and Mau Makanapa? If not, and this goes for everybody, give this video a watch. There are 2 episodes out for this, and the music is fantastic. The animations are fantastic. This is based on a webcomic. So if you cannot wait to understand the story of this, then you can actually search for the webcomic, because the webcomic is already complete. But the creator has now started as well to animate the entire webcomic. And 2 episodes of those are out yet. Are already out. Yes, it contains some. It contains violence, but in the end, it is not just like, like gore and whatever. No, no. But just be aware, there is violence in it. I also can give you the second episode right away if you want to, which is this one. Here we go. This is the second episode. And there is an off-site story. Actually, there are two. There are actually two off-site stories that play in the same world, but are not directly connected to the main story. There we go. There we go. Now you have all the links. Violence, more like smilence. But yeah. This is gonna be interesting. In 14 minutes and 36 seconds, the next ads will start. And I'm going to be interested to see if what Twitch is doing, because I have activated that it would warn me ahead, and I think Seribot also warns ahead of time. Because I basically need to build something for StreamBot as well to give me like an audible notification. So yes, I know ads and so on. I understand people hate them. I hate them. But I'm gonna be one of those channels. But I'm gonna be lurking. Then good lurking, Mono. Thank you so much. Yes, we all hate ads. I hate ads. I get it. But here's the thing. I'm gonna be one of those channels that will pause whatever is going on during the ads. Because yes, I also agree with Thor on that people deserve to see the content even if they are not subscribing or using Nitro on Twitch. It's only fair. Setting it up in StreamerBot is pretty easy once you find the menu option. I bet. The thing is, I need to hear the keywords that are posted by it, because otherwise I can easily make it. I mean, I have already an audible notification sound if someone is mentioning my name, for the sole reason that I sometimes get distracted and then people need to get my attention. So I'm gonna solve it like that pretty easily. I just need the correct words to trigger it. So I just have to wait for the coming ads to see what is getting posted. There's also a chance I will get a double post because I also have activated Twitch's notification for giving me a heads up. Hey, listen, yes. Ping ping. Yes, you did ping ping me. Angie, do you have an idea why my sounds are not playing for the Twitch notification stuff? I use like the Twitch notification stuff. Bottom. You're bottom? I see. But I guess I will hit you up with that a little bit at another time. This is not a top priority. Hey, Megaden. Okay. There we go, there we go. Inchi gonna be my Twitch support. Oh no. Let me ask you this, Angie. Are you using individual audio channels for streaming, or do you go over the desktop audio channel? And if you do, how comes that your audio is playing for notifications? You know what? Just keep this in mind. Feel free to DM me on Discord. This is bullshit to do some tech stuff right now. But yeah, if you want to answer that, feel free to DM. If you want to, of course. Oh my. So much is going on. Hi, Davamir. How are you doing? I made it, Davamir. I made it. So, TwitchCon is going on or is now done? I don't know. One of those two. And we have a few side infos from TwitchCon. I'll DM you a pic of my disaster of an audio setup when I get off work. Okay. So regardless, Twitch talked a little bit about this year and what they are planning to do. So they intend to allow 1440p streaming, which, by the way, you can already do if you want to. But they are going to change from the H.264 codec to HEVC codec, which is a codec that is allowing you to get more quality at the same bitrate, or you know. Now, you are probably asking yourself, but why didn't they go for AV1 instead? And I was also curious, so I looked up the comparison between the HEVC and AV1 codec. And the thing is, the AV1 codec is more useful for high-end streaming. In other words, if you want to stream between 4 to 8K, because the AV1 also requires a lot of strong hardware to do so, but in some cases it's actually even more efficient than the HEVC. But the thing is, HEVC is just more broadly available and gives you very similar results to AV1. So I wouldn't mind if Twitch completely switches to HEVC. And when we ever reach the point that people are allowed to stream in 4K, it wouldn't be surprising if they also going to allow AV1 streaming. I'm gonna be here for a bit longer before I lurk. It's gonna be online soon, so I'm here for a bit longer. That's good. It's cheaper for them. No, actually, the interesting part is that HEVC does cost money to use, while AV1 is an open source codec. So they would actually have more from using AV1. if they wanted to justify this for money reasons. But if you look at the comparison between the two, it kind of makes sense because like HEVC is just simply more available to everybody than AV1. That doesn't mean that AV1 is out of the window. I just can see that AV1 might be a thing that will be used for 4K and upwards, and everything below is going to use HEVC, which kind of makes sense. There are like good reasons to do that. I'm just really hope that Super, all the rest don't go there. Yes, but for AV1 they would have to swap out the servers with the new gen encoding cards, which would be very expensive for them. Yes, that is true. So yes, it's also a question of that. Look, this one, I didn't know that they had to change like this hardware setup for supporting AV1. But what I can... Look, the thing is this, I can see that they don't want to change that for costs, mostly, which makes perfect sense. But here's the thing, when we start to talk about streaming on 4K or beyond, then HEVC becomes less good, less efficient. And there I could see that Twitch might only consider when they start to partially roll out 4K streaming that they slightly start to add or start to replace encoding cards in their infrastructure. Here's the other thing as well, Davamir. As far as I understood, actually, is that AV1 would be more likely to be encoded on the streamer's side instead in the infrastructure of Twitch. So we would send the already encoded material to Twitch, and Twitch has only to serve it to the platform. Like right now, at this moment, you're watching my stream, and what I do is I encode all resolutions you can choose in my stream on my side. Twitch is doing nothing on their side for this. I am doing the entire work. Granted, now I'm affiliate, now I could change and let them do the work, which I might consider. There's just one downside, because like I'm not guaranteed to get all the resolution options. It is based on partners first, and if we have leftover capacity, we randomly giving it out to affiliates. Hi Bob. To be fair, I still see a lot of people streaming in 720p, so the 4K streaming days are still ways off in the future. That is true. Server still needs to have encode and decode locally for VODs to serve dynamic resolutions and so on. That is also true. Okay, let's do this. Let's close Mr. Spotify here. I really wish this bug would be fixed between OBS and Windows. It's really annoying. So yeah. So that is one of the news. The other news is they are they are going to try out vertical streams for smartphones. They are working on that. They are going to roll that out at some point. I guess they're going to do small tests before that. But yeah, for people who are mostly on the go with a smartphone, I guess that is a good news for them, as they can also basically have, because they can, as I see it here, let's see, it is on one side because a lot of people consume streams on a phone, and also for dual streaming. So they consider a vertical format for that. Now here's something that I spoke. You know what? We wait, because ads are about to start. Yep, ads are running. Let's see. Any previous warning about that? Not really. Okay. Seribot. We are going to wait for everybody to get through ads. Even if you're blocking ads, which I completely understand, which is fine, don't worry about it. I'm still going to wait. Let's see. Seribot. Interesting. So Seribot has apparently a command for that. No, that is actually a command that you have to enter manually. That's interesting. I wish Seribot had like a heads up message. And I don't mean the heads up message we see right now in chat, but like Seribot giving me a heads up message in like 5 minutes ahead. That would be useful, but I guess maybe I have to solve this through StreamerBot, I think. Yeah. It's also strange because it's kind of strange because like I also activated this option by Twitch that said like we give you a heads up. Welcome back. So let's see. I think they will try out vertical and find out nobody really uses it because people wanted that on TikTok. We shall see. I understand that. I understand that they are trying this because, let's face it, really, a lot of people watch streams on phones. I do not count myself among those people, but look, let them try out and see what they figure out. This is their platform. This is not my problem. So there's something that I kind of started to talk about with maybe Angie? I'm not sure. I think I did with Angie. So there was an information section about this on the Twitch news, or their blog, so to speak. And they talked about it now more in detail about it. So in the last blog message, they basically went like, hey, we consider to give monetization to non-affiliates. But they didn't define exactly what they wanted to do, but now they did. So what they are trying to do is the following. They are not going to give non-affiliates the affiliate state options and so on. Yep, we chatted about that. Instead, they will allow small streams that are not affiliated yet to monetize in the sense of they can. It actually doesn't say exactly what they mean with monetizing. I will make the assumption that they will allow you to use bits and subs, but there's a difference here. Hey, Overrated, how are you doing? I made it overrated since yesterday. What they are trying to do is like, okay, you can monetize stuff on Twitch as a non-affiliate, but what happens is you cannot getting the money paid out to you. Instead, you will get this money on the platform, and you can buy subs or bits with this money. Which on one side is understandable. They want to keep you on the platform for one bit, but on the other hand, it is also not a bad idea, to be honest. Because like most people are interested in getting subs or potentially bits. And if smaller streamers who are not affiliate yet can use this to get themselves or get themselves their own channel like subs, then that's good. I'm doing very good. Thank you, Overrated. Banana. I also understand why they are against the idea to monetize non-affiliates and giving them money for doing so, because there is too much of a possibility for abuse for it. I mean, if I could buy subs with my Twitch income instead of dealing with the payout and the tax forms and all of that, then I might go for that sometimes. Yeah. But keep in mind, Angie, that is for non-affiliates. That doesn't mean that the rest of us is gonna get that at all. And here is something that is the biggest argument of people when you ask them, do you consume streams on Twitch or on YouTube? Most people that say that they consume rather the stream on Twitch but instead on YouTube have usually one reason, and that is rewind. So if you don't understand what rewind is, it's basically like if a live stream is going on YouTube and you missed about the last 30 minutes, you can literally just drag the play button, the play dot back 30 minutes and rewind the stream. Guess what? Twitch is gonna bring that to Twitch. And this brings us to the point, now YouTube loses yet another point in streaming, sadly. So the moment rewind is gonna be on Twitch as a standard feature, you will find very little reason that will speak for YouTube. And it's not like that I'm happy about that, because I always say a good competition is healthy for everybody. But the problem is YouTube literally shot itself twice in the foot in the past when it came to streaming. Because you see, YouTube started to develop and have a streaming section, and they had a very good boss in that section that had very good ideas and was very useful in building up a solid streaming foundation. But the problem is that this person had to resign for personal reasons, not because YouTube fired them or anything. On their own volition, they had to resign. And they put their second in command in their job. Like the second in command became now the boss of that section. But here's the thing, this guy as well shared the same vision as the guy who stepped down. So they still had a very good person in place to push the streaming section of YouTube. Really good. But guess what? Same thing happened again. This guy also stepped down, but on its own volition for personal reasons. And that marked the point where YouTube literally lost. Because now YouTube has a kind of a basis of a streaming platform, but not actually anyone in-house that has like the same vision that the previous two ones had, or trying to push it in this good direction. So all in all, now you have a streaming platform that, yes, will allow you to stream in far higher bit rates than Twitch is allowing, but I will say, I personally tried this out. I personally compared a dual streamer. I did this with several channels where I looked at dual streaming in the sense of like, here's your stream maximum resolution on Twitch in comparison to the streaming on YouTube. And YouTube has like streaming bit rates of like 10, 20,000, even beyond that. And I set their streaming bitrate to the highest. And quality-wise, they were basically the same thing. So I fail to see the benefit of having a higher bitrate in streaming when it doesn't make any difference. So that point is sadly out of the window for YouTube. Like, YouTube cannot go around and brag with, we have more bandwidth and therefore our streams are more clear and crisp. On the contrary, it's the same. So the only left feature that YouTube had that was really good, and most people said as an argument for watching streams on YouTube, was rewind. And that's it. Like, now rewind is going to come to Twitch. When that is there, then YouTube has basically almost zero reasons to be like the choice of consuming streams. Which is kind of sad because I wish YouTube would do more, but because all of those developments Twitch already knows. They have no competition at all. So that's the state of that. Wow, wow, wow. I know, blah, blah, and so on. Many blahs, many things. But yeah, that brings us to the current news about Twitch. Wow, 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 wow. Yes, indeed. Okay. Much and many wahs and few blahs, indeed. Uh, and since I have now affiliate, there is a chance that I might implement an additional streaming day per week, which is, well, Tuesday. I have not decided yet if I'm going to do that, but if I do, then Tuesday is, well, more or less the only day that I consider to add. But yeah. Regardless, I will take my own 3-minute break, so I will be back and then we can actually play some games. But it is always fun to talk with you guys and hang out. Of course, during the entire stream, not just yet, but it's just nice to just blah a little bit. So I will be right back. What? Hello. And yes, Angie, I get it. You are trying to pull my leg for the most part, but there is some truth to what you are saying, right? There's a good amount of people who basically push for affiliate and then become lazy. But that's not going to happen here because I enjoy streaming and I have no intention to stop. On the contrary, I have now my next goal ahead of me, but there's a difference now. The affiliate state is very important to reach, and since Twitch started to, well, let's say, balance out the differences between partner and affiliate, we are now at this point that partner has barely any differences to affiliate. And because of that, I feel that reaching partner is a good next step. Yes, still it is, but it is definitely not as high priority than reaching affiliate. Because I feel like you reach affiliate, you are in a good position right now. Next goal definitely is going to be partner, but it's not gonna be like a high priority where I want to put all the effort and push it so hard that I get like partner as soon as possible. No. To me, partner is something that I set myself as a goal, but I let this organically happen. The moment I see I can push it, then certainly I feel like there's a good reason to do so. But until I even get near that, I will just let it grow as it does in a natural way. But yes, I'm not going to put less effort now into my streams or whatever. Not at all. I will keep streaming my schedule, maybe even add an additional day. I'm also now more flexible because now I'm not forced to use my alternative channel on my off days. I could potentially just stream at any given time if I feel like, which is good. That doesn't mean that my alternative channel is dead. It's not. It will still exist and I will still find a use for it. But the use for the alternative channel might change slightly from what it is, right? What it was until now. I was more thinking you would just end up streaming all the time. uh, I will be honest, I had times where I literally streamed almost every single day on the week. Or at least I streamed 5 days a week. And there's nothing wrong with it. That is okay. I think I did like 7 days a week streaming at some point. And it didn't actually like kill me or anything. But I feel like there's nothing wrong in having your breaks in between. You know, I have like specific days in the week where I know like it would be far better to not really stream on those days because I'm already like busy with other live stuff that I need to take care of. So they are pretty good as off days. But yeah. And the thing is, when it comes to streaming, I always say, like, look, if you want seriously to stream, then it would be the best practice. That doesn't mean you have to do it, but best practice is probably a specific amount of consistency where you can simply say, like, this many times a week I will stream. Even if you have no schedule or anything, that's okay. But I think, like, it helps a ton to have a schedule, and it helps a ton to have a specific amount of days per week that you stream. And I guess, like, best practice is probably 2 to 3 streams a week, even if you just do like an hour of streaming. But you don't have to follow that. I've seen other examples of people who literally streamed when they had the time and felt like to stream, and they also reached affiliate. So, just to give you an example, it doesn't follow a specific formula. And I mean, Angie, you know this as well, right? Because you managed to get affiliate before me, and you also don't have a set in stone streaming schedule. So you're basically the living example in my chat to show that it also works like that. But yeah. Streaming is good and nice. Don't get me wrong. It's fun. It's nice. At some point when you reach affiliate, you also can start to make some money with it. But it shouldn't overtake your life. Streaming is there. It's fun. It's good. It's something to make. It can even become your job. And that's okay. But don't forget, you also have a life. And you have this one life. So also live your life outside of streaming. Please. I have a schedule I want to stick to, but life gets in the way sometimes. Yeah, that's how it is, right? Is terminally a word? Is this word existing? Or is it just terminal? Terminally is actually a word. Okay. Thank you, search engine. Oh god, I have unlimited channel points. What am I going to do with that? So yeah, yes, I have channel points. As you can see, I have not made any custom rewards for channel points yet. I just have to sit down and think about what I'm going to implement there. So many channel points, so little rewards. Yeah. No, I have to think about what I'm going to implement there. I can say it's gonna take some time before you can can use channel points to interact with my model, because that requires some assets before you can actually use it. So yeah, we shall see. Anyway, That's an annoying soundtrack here. Just remember to make them through StreamerBot, not through Twitch page, so they actually work with StreamerBot. Yeah. Shall do so. There is a channel that I know that has, I think, at 5 million or 10 million points. A channel reward that basically says like end the stream, which is funny. Just to put that into perspective, if you're wondering, to obtain 5 million points, you would literally have to be subscribed to the channel for the entirety of it. And this calculation is not taking into account that you join a raid, which gives bonus points. And you still would have to be there in the streams for over 473.5 days. Let us assume the stream goes for 5 hours. And then let's assume they stream 5 days a week. Let's see, that 5 hours, 5 days. Well, it basically would mean that you would have to consume 454.54 streams before you would even be able to reach that. And if those are weeks, then these are months. And these are years. In other words, you would literally have to be subscribed constantly, watch them every time they stream from beginning to end. And even then, it will take you over 11 years to even reach that. Just saying. But the best part about this specific reward that I enjoy is the phrasing of that reward, because it says end the stream, which is funny because if ever anybody ever has considered to go for that reward and they reach it and they use it, what happens then is the streamer is going to end the stream. And then he's going to restart the stream, because it didn't say end the stream for today, or this week, or this month. Phrasing, man. I've watched one streamer for every stream they have gone live, average of 3 weeks, for like 6 months, and I have like 75k at most. Note, I have only been subbed for those months. See, what I did in one stream is not subbing to them. So getting a sub in their stream was based on randomness, that someone might have gifted me a sub. But in that stream, there is a reward for 500k that gives you VIP. I reached that and got that. That took some time. That took quite a lot of time to reach. Yep, that took me some time to reach. I think it took me like 1.5 to 2 years. But yeah, indeed. Mm. Uh, Let me look at this. Oh, wait, it's actually here. Come on, achievements. I think it's in achievements. So currently, as far as I understand, I have 10 VIP badges. Yeah. If I see this correctly, I have literally like 10 VIP badges. And VIP badges are, I feel like it's strange because like Twitch has this system for VIP badges where it goes like, here you need to reach a specific achievement and then you unlock 10 VIPs. And then after that, it wants you to reach a new achievement to unlock an additional 10 VIPs. And then it keeps going until 100. But the interesting part is that they test your channel. They review your channel every 6 months. And if you do not fall into the okay state from their side, you can actually lose the VIP badges. Which is kind of shitty when I think about it. You know, like VIP badges should be like, hey, you did this achievement, you unlock 10. Good job. Now do this to get the next 10. And then you can build up to 100, but you always keep the VIP badges. You just have to work for the rest of the 90 VIP badges to get them. But instead, they have this strange control system where they go like every 6 months, we gonna check if we gonna let you keep the VIP badges. Which is weird. I don't quite understand why that exists. But yeah. Regardless, let us actually do what we do here on this channel and continue playing a game. Crazy. Playing games on this channel? How does it work? You know, Angie, the most funny part is, at some point, Twitch introduced the scam train, aka the hype train. I call it scam train. And the most funny thing about this is, since this has been introduced to Twitch, and I use Francoface C, I have disabled hype train. I have never ever seen an actual in Twitch overlay layout hype train ever. Because I hate it. It's so stupid when I saw it in a previous screenshot where it goes like, hey, and there's a hype train and confetti and gems everywhere, and it's just over the top annoying. Games on my Twitch TV? Crazy. Right? I also like that my Twitch chat is now lagging behind as per usual. As per usual. Oh yeah. By the way, chat, if you're interested, there is a secret command that exists. Enjoy finding out which it is. I'm not giving you any hints, any tips. It's just there. Maybe one day someone is going to find it. Who knows? Also enjoy the new riddle, regardless. Enjoy getting sleepless nights over it, which you shouldn't because it's just a silly riddle. Yeah. Someone is going to trigger it and even you are going to have forgotten about it. Maybe. You know, since I have a lot of people here who enjoy puzzles, I have also thought about doing something on a grander scale when it comes to puzzles. But it's gonna take some time to realize the entire thing. But I wouldn't mind to try it out. Too bad I cannot talk with you guys about it. Otherwise it's spoiling the entire fun, right? There we go. This is gonna be fun since I have now more shiny buttons in my dashboard. It means I hopefully not press the wrong ones. Then again, I see the descriptions for each button. So welcome back to Fist. Fist. Where we have the tendency to fist things. Now I also always have to keep an eye on my ads. The button that blows us all up, indeed. Okay, so we came here because I still wanted to, I guess, explore some things that are still unexplored. Right, so I was here, but I got stuck because I couldn't continue. Ah yeah, and I actually didn't look up if the ability that I need is available to me somewhere, which of course is very helpful. So let me see. So there's that. There's a good reason that I couldn't go further in that section. Smart. I don't know. It sounds pretty boring to have a button to blow everybody up. It's like, why? Just why? I like my chat. Yes, we did this. Then there's this. And somehow I don't think that this specific ability is there. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Then we have this section. So your chat likes it to take that. So, yeah. Well, I'm glad my chat likes me. I mean, there was never another choice. Because, you know, I'm a cat. Everybody loves cats. Even the ones that pretend to be just dog people. Even they do. Let's see. This is the mine. Right, I remember there were some sections which I needed the weapon that I have now to proceed. You know, the best part about this is, apparently I don't have the access to the fast travel of that, I think? Which is extremely unhelpful. My mother is very allergic to cats and pretends not to like them, but the way she talks about them and how she asks after me for chances to come take care of my cat, she likes them. I have even a better example for you. So, I watch a specific streamer since a very long time, and this streamer is allergic to cats, yet he owns at least 2 to 3 cats. And yes, he also pets them and so on. The only thing that he does is basically after he petted a cat, he's using like some ethanol or something like that to on his hands, I guess, to avoid allergic reactions or something like that. But yeah, you can have cats even if you are actually allergic to cats. It works. Okay, I have 2 problems here. I have 2 problems. I don't want to go back here because I feel like this is not correct. But I also want to know where to get that ability. And I didn't take my time when I had my off days to look it up. And I'm not sure if I'm actually going to find a good answer to that. Oh look, it says this ability is found in the underground lake area of the game. And maybe I just found a map that tells me where that is. Okay, I see plant seeds, I see those upgrades, I see all those, I see the mini-boss which I have defeated, which gave me the breathing mask. What is this? Okay, something that is up here. 1 second, I need to figure out where this is. Why is there... God. Wait a second, this is not even the right map? We're talking about this map? Are we? I know where this is, I just don't remember which map that was. I know exactly where this is. Okay, we are in ads. Don't worry, you're not going to miss anything. Where is this specific place? I remember it. This is there. Wait. No. Okay. Hi, Bob. Where is this specific section? Okay, let's go out again. This is a very convoluted underground map. And that might be this one? It doesn't help that the online map has like Chinese characters on it, which is not helpful. The thing is, let's see. Mapping it, yeah. I need to go where I obtained the breathing mask. This is above. Breathing mask, breathing mask, breathing mask. This was the underwater base. I think this is the correct map. Let's see. I think, yeah, okay, now I'm at the correct spot. Okay, I'm at the correct spot, and why do I have no... I'm at the correct spot, but why do I have no metro here? That is the question. That is that section. The metro is this one, okay. Okay. And then it shows me there's something, which is apparently up there, but that doesn't make sense. I also don't know if this is exactly the correct place where I need to go. That's the breathing. I don't think it's that. But if I go down here, there's a elaborate labyrinth there. And with that, but there's nothing there. Jesus, why? Why is this game so niche? Only a few collectibles are outside the box of thing to risk my card. Blah blah, my favorite things. Underwater charge you can find in the underground lake. Yeah, that is very descriptive. Very good. Did it just do double ads? Did it just do double ads? Because I see still ads going. This is just, yes, there's an ability you will get as you progress the story. No, this is not useful. Underwater. Yeah, good job. Underwater charge. Let's see if I get a better result if I go like this. Charge allows you. Yeah, okay, cool. I know this ability is essential for progressing the underwater section of the game, such as on ground where you break barriers. To unlock the underwater charge ability, you need to visit the underground lake after obtaining the oxygen mask. Really? Once you reach the designated area, you will automatically acquire this skill. Give me an actual map and point your finger intensely on it. That would help. Yeah. Collectibles, cleanup. Let's see, surprising weapon of the Legion, power-hungry animal farm. Seminar, Shelter Blizzard, Wandering Anti-Gravity Drill Master. Unlock all the drill skills. After the server terminals, found throughout the water by pimping a master wool. Okay. This is why people come to Twitch, to watch me look at information online. Nothing else, right? Okay, I need to look into my own achievements. This is really annoying. It's annoying because I don't know if it's there where I should go, and maybe I made a mistake in seeing the situation correctly, or not. Unlock. Max XP, reach limit, collect all. Areas, coasters. Actually, these do not help at all. Abilities, as you progress, abilities which you can select. EP. Yes, but this is all not helping. Why is it so hard to just tell me where this is? This is unbelievable. This sucks. In all honesty, this sucks. This is dumb. Okay, so I was there, but I can do the fast travel there. Why am I here? Okay, go left, go down. Yeah, actual gameplay. I know, crazy. How? Okay. Wait, you only have a metro, not an actual shortcut. Useless? I guess I have to move with the metro. let me go here or there. I don't exactly know. I'm increasing my travel time to reduce my travel time. Does that make sense? Good, because it doesn't. I mean, less is more, as they say. True. Oh look, an actual travel point. Nice. Now I just have to... I think it's there. I think it's there. Let's see if I'm actually correct. I'm not. Good. Good, I'm actually not correct. Maybe in this case, it is more is less. Maybe. Maybe. Okay. Now now I'm correct. Okay. So last time I was here, I went back because I saw permanent lasers. But there's a chance that I didn't wait long enough because there could be an underwater worm that will block the laser so I can swim through it. So let's save here and then try this again, I guess. So down, 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 the eternal hellfire. I'm, of course, a very big fan of underwater adventures. No, I'm not. So see, there's this worm. And he blocks the lasers, just as I expected. But I didn't have the patience to wait for. Which is not helpful. So I wasted my time, I wasted your time, for nothing. Ow. And guess what? We're most likely going to receive exactly this ability that we need. In a few moments. But first, we will most likely fight a boss. Which I wouldn't be surprised. Or maybe they just give us the spark. For free. Let me guess. You bitch.
Hey Urso, this underwater charge ability I picked up is a real kicker.
Of course! It's one of my proudest inventions. With the charge force, the drill can cause massive damage. It can smash through tough metal walls and even strong currents. Enjoy your new underwater abilities.
Thanks, Ursa. I'm so glad. You know, why did he put this ability here? How did he even get here? How does that even work? Okay. Look, we have now the ability that I needed. I didn't struggle at all to find it. Okay, so let's get that plant seed, hopefully. Ow. Why is there a chromatic aberration effect? As far as I understand, if there was an option for it, I disabled that. What do you mean motion blur is on high? The fuck is wrong with you? Shadow. SSAR. Why do they have no option for chromatic aberration? That's so weird. Yeah, here's the interesting thing overrated. Apparently, motion blur was on high, but I actually didn't really notice anything. But I agree with you, motion blur is terrible. Motion blur makes also in 99% of all cases no sense at all, since your eyes do motion blur automatically and naturally. It makes sense to use it in moderation when you want to convey speed. So if you have a character or a vehicle that goes really fast, then some motion blur can enhance that feeling, and that is okay. But so many games actually use motion blur for no apparent reason. Devs love motion blur, and I don't know why. I also don't understand it. There's also an additional point that a lot of people do not understand, but you do understand if you know about it. For example, if you make a game in Unreal Engine, this by the way is a game made in Unreal Engine. If you have Unreal Engine on your computer and you sit down, and you will notice that the option to turn off motion blur in Unreal Engine is hidden away somewhere deep below in many different kinds of windows and settings. So I think also a good chunk of devs actually don't even know that they can disable motion blur in Unreal Engine, which is weird. There we go, plant seed. Nice. For Unreal, they use motion blur to cover some of the engine's rendering oddities when objects move too fast, or cover level of detail popping when objects re-enter frame. Which is funny because the popping still happens in Unreal Engine 5, which is kind of strange. You know, strange in the fact, why is it still happening? Like at this point, I would have expected them to fix this problem. But yeah. Yeah. I think I feel like to do a few things before I proceed. Oh, that is a healing thing. Okay, we get lasers. Some reason. Why does this exist? I don't know. I guess just... Ow. Ow. Okay, let me go back here first. Oh, wonderful. Jumping sections, my favorite. Ow. Ow. Well, sir, that is not very nice of you. Why I'm doing this? Because, like... Ow. Of course you're resetting me now on the right side, because why not, right? There we go. Where are we even going? What's going on? Okay. Oh, of course, these enemies. Because they are funny. I don't care too much about that. I knew it would be a stupid rock. I saw that and I was like, at this moment I don't trust anything anymore. Zero trust into pig robot statues. Yeah, I also don't care about you guys. Well, hello, sir. How are you doing? Okay. Frogs, man. Frogs. Good. A safe station. I like that. Frogs, man. So because I looked up some informations, it seems that these last abilities on the outskirt of the skill tree are hidden behind challenges, aka Master Rules challenges, for example. Which of course makes me totally happy because I don't like those challenges at all. Who knew? Okay, so we did this. Now I wanna do this section, so as much as I can, like, kind of do before I actually proceed with the entirety of story. Hello, sir. So we go to the right, up, left. Okay, so that opens this way, which is good. We continue to the left. Joyous! Yes. Wait, did I just pass it? No. Joyous. Sure. Wow, I'm surprised. It actually... Of course. Fuck off. Oh, I have to kill him. And of course they gonna give me more than one. Why is this game like that? I'm not a fan of those frogs. The fact that they also force me to fight them is even worse. So annoying. Right. So down, right, and then up. Okay. Choirs. Okay, some healing at least I get underwater, which is nice. Continue this, go up. Okay. Here, go up. Left up. Right up. Repair? Yes, indeed. That's that. Okay, down to the right and then up. Whoops. Hi. Well, hello there. Okay, let's continue up here and then to the left. Yep. So many fish. Wasn't there laser fish here? Let me guess, this is all for money, isn't it? What? Okay, cool. For your pleasure, we placed some enemies here. I knew it. Why should I even fight this guy? There's no reason for me to fight this guy. Whoa. Okay. Okay. Right, I cannot go to the top there. That is lasers, which I cannot avoid. But we can try the thing on the opposite end here. That we can do. Free heals. God, the chromatic aberration is disgusting. I'm not sure if we can. No, it doesn't work that way. Okay, good to know. I don't think we can do this here as well. Yeah, because it's the same problem. Oh, we can cheat a little bit. But I will not do that because the chance to softlock myself is too high. So let's not do that. Because if I softlock myself and I cannot go back with a save, then I can literally stop playing this game, because I'm not going to replay the entirety of this game just because I fuck up. But that's the joy of video games, right? Right? Speak of soft locking. Wait, as far as I see this, actually, is that I can destroy this thing. Yep. But I'm not sure if this is going to work with this. Especially since this is very tricky to get through. So, no, I'm not going to risk that either. Sucks kinda, but hey, what else? Okay, so I have to go back. Should be fine, if you ask me. That's the wrong way, we need to go here. Am I going through the gauntlet as it is intended, or do I go to the left? I think I will choose the left side, which is a tad easier to deal with. Then I need to go down. And then to the right. Okay. I will first go for the save. Also because I can repair for more carrot juice. Okay. Okay, game. Oh, lovely. Well, I guess I will have a look here. A data disk to obtain. I see. Oh, okay. So, there we go. Oh, that's gonna be a bitch to obtain. It's not gonna be too funny. Okay, was easier than I thought. Easy. Dude. What are you doing here? Nobody allowed you to be there. Let's go up first. Of course. And because it's so funny, we are giving you free frogs to fight. Game why? Just why? Uh-huh. A poster. Meteor Rabbit. Of course, Meteor Rabbit. What else? Okay. We go from one big room to another. Makes me want to go back first. Not sure if I can actually open this. Nope, that is only to be opened by other means. So chat, how are you doing today? How's the beginning of your week going? Save station, I'll take it. Can close that. Keep an eye on that. Okay, nothing here. Yeah, this is pushing me around. Oh, yeah, I see what this is going to be. Oh, yeah, that is a little bit of difficult to see. Well, hello, mister. So you're one of those. No? Oh god, it's a laser boy. Oh god, he joins in the laser boying. Okay, cool. Ow. Holy moly. Okay. Ow. Okay. You really made this very easy. Robotic snake. I think this was probably among the most easiest fight in the entire game. And I will not complain about that. Okay, a closed door that can only be opened from the right side. A big room that is most likely going to... Okay, here is probably the indicator if it is a frog mimic. I think the tail that moves there is the indicator that it is a mimic. I'm going to test this. No? Okay, but I will keep this in mind. So the tail actually moved and it was a real treasure. Now let's see next time I find a mimic if that is not the case. This one moves ears and tails. And it is real. Okay. Here's a save point. Good. I feel like I should go down first. Oh. Why was this Wasn't that closed before? Maybe I didn't notice. Oh. Ah. Hmm. Okay, it gives me money. Yeah, what is inside here? Let me guess. Pain and agony. Ah, Jesus. That just scared the heck out of me. It wasn't even a scary moment, but I went up here and suddenly I heard the noises they make and I was like, what the fuck? Okay, this one is also moving, tail and ears. And it is real. Okay. Okay, let's continue the normal story. We are around 9 minutes away from it. Okay, I have obtained the torch. The complex gate. Uh-huh. Okay. Hmm. Maybe I should go back first. I didn't expect that we would just... Here's the spark, enjoy. Why was there no security in it there at all? It's kind of strange. What do you... Okay. I was like, huh? What? You close now my way for no reason? The reason I go back is because I want to open that door there, if possible. Yeah, that one below there. Below! This one. Open sesame. Okay. I see. Nothing except some healing, which is fine. Oh god, big rooms. How? How? I'm doing this as the developer has intended to do that. Of course. How? How? Obtain plant seed. Okay, good thing I went back. It is easier for me now to go left and up because there's a transportation capsule. Teleport. New. Heal me. I really wonder because it doesn't matter much, but I wonder if in the dev team someone was like, I wanna make a super funny repair animation with the machine. Let me do that. Because I see no reason to actually have a manual control about repair when you reach a save station. It should do that automatically when you just walk on it. You know, it doesn't need the animation. You just walk over it or on it and it will automatically refresh all your HP and skills and whatever. And not a manual ability that I need to activate. Because it doesn't make sense at all. Hi, Bob. Chat, less than 4 minutes. Until doom. Okay, we use this to go as near as possible to that. Which is going to be a pain because there's nothing near it. Except for that. Okay. What are you? Sewers. Okay. Good thing it is not called sewers. Oh, yes, Bob. Yes, yes. There we go. Am I where I wanted to be? Yes. Okay. Okay, go down, right, and more down. All the way down here. For security reasons, we might go to the save point. And that's the question, should I do that? I guess I will. Seems not like the worst idea. And since I'm here, I can just go to the right and down, which is far easier. To the left. Up. Ow. At this moment, I wonder, why do I even collect money? "15 seconds, chat." Yeah, panic! Panic! So yeah, I will wait. It says ad starting soon. Collect monies or to have more money, more good, as the capitalists say. True. There we go. See you in 3 minutes, chat. Most of them don't even hear that, for the most part. Look, here's the good thing, Angie. You can be capitalist and not be a capitalist at the same time, which is great. Da da da. Da da da. Da 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 da. Oh, oh, oh. You know what's funny? Because I looked into Throne, right? Oh no, not Throne, that thing that everybody's using, haha, smile. But I looked into it, and the funny part is, I put like 2 very expensive things on it. Not like some can I speak? Materialistic thing which has like no actual value, but I put them on there just for fun and was like, I just put this there. I exist in a capitalist society, but that does not mean I support capitalism. True. But here's the good thing, Angie. You should be a capitalist in this capitalistic society without being an actual capitalist. Which means you can be capitalistic when it is a good thing for you without actually going with the zero concerns about ethics and morals. You know? Like actually caring as a capitalist. I know that that is slander and heretic speech among actual capitalists. Oh, apparently the ads are over. Welcome back. Yep, welcome back. This is strange because, like, Seri is apparently not correctly working with this entire system. Because Seri didn't actually show up to say like, hey, ads are starting. Or is Seri actually completely down? No, Seri is here. Yeah, I need to build. I need to build an entire system on StreamerBot, like giving heads up for 5 minutes before the ads actually start, and then give me like a heads up of like, yeah, it's done, good job, welcome back, something like that. So therefore, welcome back, chat. Oh hey, it's gonna be the Iron Dogs. Maybe, unless they didn't respawn. They didn't respawn, okay,
The main
cool.
gate can probably be opened with the spark.
Seems like. Can I also use this to open the left door? Who knows? No, I have to actually to connect all those. Need to find 3 more shards. I see. Hi Suba, how's it going? Hi Suba, I made it. I'm affiliate since yesterday. I'm super happy about that. And a huge thank you to you as well for supporting this by being here and lurking and so on. Right? Interesting. I guess I will get a specific ability for this. No, for that head pad redeem. Yeah. That might take a moment before I have it. And yes, there's a new riddle. Oh my god, bamboo! Yes, bamboo. I see, we have... not a battery puzzle? Or is this a Zelda feature? Oh god. it is more or less a Zelda feature. Okay, it's an elevator, okay. I was like, what's going on now? Right? Everybody had so much trouble to figure out bamboo. I'm doing fine. Thank you. A very, very, very slight headache that I had this morning, but it's basically gone. And you can imagine that yesterday was probably the best day in my entire year so far. Ancient complex. Oh, not you guys again. I'm still not a fan of you guys. Not a fan at all. Interesting. Something is up there. I'm not sure if I can make it. Oh, actually I can. Nice. The moment you hit affiliate? Yes, which was yesterday. You know, here's the story, Suba. On Saturday I streamed. On Saturday late night, Twitch unlocks an achievement saying like, well done, you have 3 average viewership for 30 days. And I was like, okay. And looked at the achievement section for the affiliate button and nothing changed. It was still at 2.9 out of 3. And then on Sunday, it switched over. Took like a day to actually activate that, which was insane. And then I, well, sat down and spent some time to explore all the new options and settings. And yes, sadly, most of my emotes still pending in approval, so people don't get all the emotes at the moment, which is kind of sad. But I have an emote and I have an emote for everything. And I have all slots for animated emotes filled up, but all of them are still pending an approval. Jesus, why is all of this also huge here? Ah, okay, cool. All is complicated. Why is everything complicated? Okay. I can already tell that I will dislike this entire place once it gets activated, which will happen at some point. And this... okay, I get it. Nothing happens here. Okay. I see joy. Oh wait, I cannot jump with those things in my hand. Just stay dead. It's better for you. I said stay dead, not wake up. Let me guess. Okay. So. It's not what I thought it would do. Da 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 da. Hey, Suba. Are you still here? Okay, I can do single jumps. I need to bring that there. I have no idea if Super's still here or not. I don't know. Hopefully this platform is still coming up. No? Okay. What is this? Oh, it's a reset button. Oh, okay, I remember. Yeah, I kind of expected that something like this is going to happen. The question is, why do I need this? Also, is this going to open? Okay, it's going to open. So, I need this battery because I need it all the way over there or something like that. I guess. Yeah. You're all wonderful. Question is, how do I get through here? I see, since I didn't go down here. Okay, what's over here? Nothing. A door that I cannot open from this side. Okay. It's shaving. Okay. What in the heck? Ah, it's a seat. A save point, so to speak. Good, I guess. What's over here? More doors. It's like Mordor, but different. See, there's another battery down here. Well, since I'm here, don't mind me. I'm sure they are not placing any enemies in front of us or anything. They would never do such a thing. They are good developers. They want you to succeed and not to feel anger or punishment. Okay. Ow, bro. Okay, thanks. Well, that's funny. That's actually funny that this battery is keeping this guy from going through this. Yeah, good job on that. What is down there? Do I want to know what's down here? Maybe, maybe not. Ow. More doors. Oh, I guess this is going to open a shortcut. That would make sense. So let's go for a death run. I heard those are fun. Ow. Huh. Are you only going this far, or do you go further up than that? Oh, you go further up than that. Good. I don't know. No. Okay, there's no way there. But then I can grab this, and then we can do this. I guess this opened something. I see this wonderful save point here, as I throw the battery away. Bonk. Battery throwing. Okay. Now that poses a problem. Potentially. Is it temporary? Is it permanent? Okay, I see levers or levers. More of those. Okay, this opens the door, which is good. Okay. What are you doing? We do not know. Oh, I see what you're doing. But it's only temporary. Okay. This might also be only temporary. Yep. Oh, this actually destroys it. That sucks. Where did it reset? At the very beginning? Ah, that sucks. Sucks. I'm going in circles, am I? Did it reset on the entirety of the other side? Probably did. Why do I need this battery? Yes, it reset on the beginning of the entire gauntlet. Wonderful. Why going through all of that? Because these... Because I have to. Okay. Because I have to, and I need it there to open it up so I can go down there. Which brings you to... Wait. So you can actually use that, then take the battery. Wait, you can take that battery, go up, and then use it there. Okay. That, on the other hand, is a little bit of a problem. You would think. And then I was like, no, I'm going to cheese it. Mad hops, indeed. I think I discovered something from the beginning that I didn't know, which I can do. The idea is that I take that battery from there, putting it there, go up, take the battery, and then I place it there. I know it's a strange concept, but it might work. And it will work. Mostly because I say so. Maybe I don't even have to go that far for the battery. I basically want to open this door. But there's a good chance that I might not be able to open that door. I can try, but I don't think I can jump up there. Nope, I cannot. Okay, forget it. I lied. Apparently I lied. Okay. So I just wasted everybody's time. Good job. Oh yeah, last time you were just standing around doing nothing, but this time you feel like you want to do something. Good, okay, good. So we take this battery through the entire gauntlet, or at least most of it. So we can bring it up here, so we can bring it there. Blah. Mr. Freeman, blah blah. Okay. As we ignore this, we mostly ignore that. I don't know why I would need... Okay, I see why. Ow. Okay. Okay, let's go down. Ignore that. Go on here. Then we go up. Now this one is gonna be interesting. I wonder if I can throw up. No, I cannot. I hate everything. Why is he not throwing up? You know, not in the bad way, but like in a good way. Okay, how do you get past that in a useful manner? I think I have an idea. You know what? I have this mad feeling that I'm streaming in the wrong category. Do I? Yep. Professional streamer for you. It's good that I noticed this after 2.5 hours. Because it could be worse. Professional streaming. Yeah, I thought it would be not permanent. My bad. Ooh. Close call. Speak of close call. Oh, I see my mistake. That is mostly evil. That is mostly evil what they are doing here. How are you? Excuse you? Excuse you? What are you supposed to do here? You take the battery, and then you need to transport it over those beams. That I get. I get it. The one thing that I don't get is like what I'm supposed to do when I'm here. Jump and throw? Because I can only do a single jump. Like this. And then I have to throw the battery? I guess that's the idea. What I don't understand is... The thing that I don't understand is, like, to block these, I have to do this, as they close temporarily the gates here. It's just crazy because it literally means that every time I do this, like every time I do jump, throw of the battery, it needs to land perfectly on a beam. Which I'm like, are you insane? Like literally, are you crazy? Because alone the fact of doing the jump and throw with the battery needs to be perfect. And you need to repeat this once, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. And then at the end you need also do a 7th perfect throw to get the battery up here. Excuse you? They seriously want me to do that? This would be far easier if you could grab the battery and hold the battery and then do double jumps. I think the idea is, let me see. So this is the only secure beam you get. I also think I cannot kill this guy. As I understand. This is the only secure beam, so the strange question is like, this will hit you regardless where you're standing on this beam. What is the idea? That I hang on to the side with the battery in my hand? Without falling down? With a one jump. Until the enemy is actually activating this lever? So I can continue? That's just crazy. They seriously think we should do this? Why? Why? Oh my god, they even want 2 batteries for this. That means there's another gauntlet on this side. I will be honest, I will stop here, but I will also be honest and say like, I'm going to watch a video of someone playing through that section, because I don't want to make an assumption and then be completely wrong about it. But yeah. We shall return here next time. It's a good amount of progress. Yes, indeed. I really hope the game is not seriously considering that. Hi, Coffee. I made affiliate coffee since yesterday. How are you doing?
Yeah. Mm. Mm.
I really, really hope that this section is not what I think it is. And if it is, I hope the solution is not the one that I think it is. Because if they are seriously considering that you do 7 perfect throws with a battery. Then they are just insane. That would be really crazy. I also do not agree with it. Like, if that is the solution to it, and they really expect you to don't make 7 perfect throws, then I can say, like, whoever thought that this would be a good idea, they should fire them out of their dev team, because they are clearly insane. Oh. I will be right back in a minute. 1 second. And I'm back. Yay!
Hmm.
Dun, 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 dun. Time for some yogurt. Yes, I know. Crazy. Da, 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 da. Yeah? Da, 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 da. Mm, mm, mm. Hi, Bob. Do, 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 do. Let's see. Does Steam have anything of interest? Oh, no. Okay. What is this? Like, what is this even for a name for a game? Kill the clock. Sure. Oh yeah, I remember. In 2 days, Deltarune is getting released. And everybody is going to play Deltarune. I will be honest, I have Deltarune and I played the first chapter, if it was even called chapter 1 or chapter 0. But I played only one of those 3 released chapters. The other one I actually didn't play yet. But yeah, I also look forward to Deltarune and so on. Speak of Deltarune, I actually don't even know if the one that I have in my Steam library is considered as the purchased product, or if it is called the demo. I wonder. It's kind of strange. I know. I think it has been removed from my Steam library. Okay. I mean, let's be honest, it's completely fine. Like it was already like a surprise that Toby let us even play the first two chapters for free. Which I would have said like wouldn't have had any problems paying Toby Fox money for those two chapters. I found it really strange that he gave it away for free. But I guess now he removed this part completely from Steam, which also makes sense. Hmm, right. I did everything and then I didn't do that. Very useful. Give me a second. And I'm back, and the ads are done in 23 seconds. Da 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 da. And welcome back, chat. Here we go. I just noticed how huge my model is on this screen. It's crazy. Insanely huge. Dun, 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 dun. Lords of the Fallen version 2.0. Okay. Sweet Gordon. Sweet Gordon. Sweet. Okay. I still find it amusing that Doom the Dark Ages is going like $80 or fuck off. And I'm like, bro, this is a digital release. There's no reason for anybody to pay you $80. What is wrong with you? It's the same as when they go like, oh, we don't have any more keys for this digital game. Ah, okay. Is this? I see. It's the next I wanna be Overwatch game. Hmm. Of course it's a NetEase game. How unsurprisingly. Trash Goblin. What a game. Hmm. Sabara. Looks pretty basic. World of Goo 2. Yes, if you hate your life and yourself, enjoy World of Goo. Don't misunderstand. World of Goo is a great game. So is World of Goo 2. Guilty as sock. What? Car dealer simulator? Of course, because we need a car dealer simulator, right? What is the name of this game? Popucom. I feel like the name of this game is not very well chosen. Rap House Simulator. Why do we need a simulator for everything? Can we have a simulator? You know? Now that sounds like a simulator that people need to play. YouTubers Live 3 stream together. What? Yes, because people who stream should always live together in a house. Nothing can go wrong. At all. Dead as disco. Tokyo Extreme Racer. Racer. Okay. I'm not even going to name this game. Pipistrello and the Cursed Yo-Yo. Of course. Who hasn't heard of Pipistrello? Hmm. What are these games? Spray Paint Simulator. Of course. Why is this game? It's basically the cleaning simulator, but with paint instead. Saeko, Giantess Dating Sim. Okay, I see. It's a Macross fantasy, I guess. Right. I'm still wondering. Let me see before I actually say anything here. How long to beat.com. Okay, so Elden Ring Night Rain, which is a rogue similar free player co-op game. I was curious. I watched a little bit of streams here and there about it to get like an idea, an impression of it. I also read a few of the comments below the Steam section, and it seems to be a little bit of hit and miss in the sense of like some things in the game have like almost no effect and feel almost useless, and then others are good. But in general, I was like, okay, I get it. And now I was curious, like, okay, so you have this. Is there like an end goal for this game? Is there an end? And apparently there is. And while howlongtobeat.com has not, well, all the data yet, they have apparently an average solo time for 7.5 hours. I wouldn't be surprised if the co-op time is far below that. But it kind of makes me like question the entire game itself, because I was like, all I see is 3 people running at the speed of horse through the entire map, fighting the existing Elden Ring bosses and mini bosses and a few new bosses and mini bosses through the entire map, and all I see is that basically every basic enemy dies within seconds, every mini boss dies within 30 seconds max, usually more like 20 seconds. No, let's change this. So, the mini bosses on the map usually die between 15 seconds to 30 seconds. And then there are actual boss fights, which actually take some effort to get through. What I read is that the solo experience is miserable. And it makes me then question like the entire thing of, why are you going to pay $40 for that? When the game is this short, and certainly even more shorter with 3 people when you play together, why did they charge 40 for this? Especially in consideration of this. They had almost all assets already done because they are from Elden Ring. They have new bosses, okay, that is going to take time, and new assets. They have some few mini bosses which are like a little bit of a Easter egg and throwback to older games, which is also okay. But basically the effort they put into this game is minimal in comparison to what they had to do in Elden Ring. And I feel like they should have priced this game at 20, not at 40. To be perfectly honest. But the thing is this, it's not doing bad. That's the thing. It sold like, what? 2-3 million copies within a very short amount of time. So, yeah. If you want to make that money, I mean, that's good. I personally don't feel like this is $40 worth. Assets already exist, so we get cost savings? That means more profit, not savings for the customers? Yeah. Yeah, I get that. Then there's the other thing. Fanboys. And fangirls. And fan everything in between. And I mean, it shows, right? They hype this up as much as possible, and it shows. They sold 2-3 million copies of it within days. So it was a major success for them. I get it. But that's the thing. That's the thing that I simply learned over time is in almost all cases, it's not worth to get a game at its release day. Mostly because like it most likely will have bugs and glitches that need a bit of time to get patched out. That's the first thing. And secondly, I rather have to I rather read up the feedback of people who play the game at its release and have like an actual insight about the game before I put down my money for it. And in almost all cases, that is a good way of going forward with it. Because if I was like a huge fanboy of Elden Ring, then yes, I most likely would have bought instantly into Night Rain. But I'm not. And don't misunderstand me, I have nothing against FromSoft and their Souls series games at all. I don't, because I played most of them. I just have a not so good standing with Elden Ring. It's not that the game itself is bad at all, not at all. The thing is this, my experience was, at the time when Elden Ring was released, I had a Radeon graphics card in my computer, and for some strange ass reason, the game crashed on me. Like, I could just play it for hours and it was fine, and then at some point it just crashed. Then I could play it again, and it worked again, flawlessly, and then it crashed. For no apparent reason. I think I mostly feel like pointing fingers at AMD for this, and not at FromSoft. But yeah, that ruined my experience with Elden Ring. That's that. On the other hand, I also know there's a specific fight in Elden Ring where I'm like, you know what? If I reach that point, I probably will be extremely salty about this specific boss. And I'm not sure if I would even manage to get through it. Maybe with additional help, it might be possible. But yeah. There's also something that I hope that FromSoft is going to take into account and change in the future. And that is not to use yeah, what was its name? God damn it. Strange. Okay, I thought they were using the other engine. Oh, strange. Okay. I thought Elden Ring was using the Unity engine. But apparently not. Apparently it's using their in-house engine. Okay. I was actually really convinced that they use the Unity engine, but apparently it's not the case. It's the in-game, the internal house engine, which is called Danteline. Danteline engine. But I have to say, what this engine has shown in Elden Ring is Unity could not even begin to imagine pulling off the feats that Elden Ring does. Yeah, apparently. But the thing that you noticed at the beginning, at the release of Elden Ring, the engine had quite some problems with buffering. So since it does it buffers chunks of the map that you see into your GPU. So when you were moving on torrent, you had often these hiccups because the engine was sending its data over for the next chunk of the map. And it was very apparent when you were playing that you play fluid, and then it was fluid again. It's that was a huge problem in the beginning of the release of Elden Ring. It is mostly fixed now. I think it still happens, in very small amounts and very short bursts. But it kind of showed me that this engine is not really meant for open world. And that brings me to the idea that I feel like they should probably not reuse this specific engine if they consider making a new game beyond Elden Ring that is an open world game. If they go back to the usual not open world game design, then this engine is absolutely fine. Nothing wrong with it. But I feel like for the open world, this engine is not very well made for that. So yeah, hopefully they consider that. In general, I wish people would stop using the Unity engine to begin with. For obvious reasons. Doodle champs. I'm also in the wrong section again. God, I'm really good here. Today, I'm really good at changing my categories. Very good, by the way. Okay. Hyper Clay. Yes. Sounds like a exciting game. See, I had an interesting conversation with Len because Len showed us this Japanese train simulator game. And we talked about it. There's also a wonderful YouTube channel that is mostly about traffic and how public traffic and bicycles are so much better for cities than actual car traffic, which is true, by the way. And because of that, I was like, you know what? I would love to have a game that is basically like a city builder, but instead of focusing on the city building, you know, housing, people, taxes, whatever, blah, you are just responsible for for traffic stuff. And I want the game to focus on realism, you know, instead of like, I give you an example. If you want to have it and it is going badly, then play City Skylines 1 or 2. It doesn't matter. Like, these games have streets and public traffic and so on, but they are not based on reality, and that leads to the problem that you constantly have traffic jams in the game because the the engine itself doesn't understand how traffic works. But I would like to have the ability to create like cities and concentrate on the public traffic and general traffic, but based on actual reality. In other words, it would be basically a simulator as an educational tool for people who actually are getting educated on that specific job, because that would be so immensely interesting to play. Granted, I'm not gonna get anything out of it, but I just like management games, and I would feel like that is the first kind of simulation thing that I would really, really feel extremely interested in. But such a game does not exist. We have games that kind of try to pull that off, but they are not doing it in a way I wish to have it. You know, often they just concentrate on one thing, like trains or metro, but not on all of it. But that's the point. All of it would be so much more interesting. Da, 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 da. Okay. Uh, hmm. Well, let's do a little bit of that. Da. I'm gonna refill my cup here, and then we're gonna continue with this program. Note, change the category when you come back. Und mag. Why is my computer going nuts at the moment? Oh, strange. Welcome back to Ace Attorney. Me a moment. Brain damage continues, as always. Yeah. Hmm. Okay. Sorry about that. Ah, this appears to be most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? It's an impressive looking back massager, that's for sure. Why do we not know what a trophy is? I've no doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains would soon go away. It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor. Oh. Would you like a massage? No, no. I'm fine. Thank you. I had no idea it was such a grand thing. I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Mr. Noki than conjuring tricks. I couldn't agree more, my dear madam. And how about you, Mr. Naruhodo? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course. He's not going to let that go, is he? It's curious, though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times. Okay. There's a little metal plate here. Look. Fostering board. Oh, great. Fostering board burgeoning. I don't like this word. Talent for the future of scientific discovery. It seems rather ironic, doesn't it? But clearly Mr. Noki really was a very talented scientist. Nothing else? Nothing? That's disappointing. What on earth is this? An aeroplane, Mr. Naruhodo. One day, scientists believe it will allow humans to fly freely in the skies. Is that how the trick will be described, is it? Sorry? Well, it's actually suspended by a thin but very strong cable, isn't it? Oh, well, this model is, yes. But the real aeroplane would actually fly high in the sky. While suspended from somewhere even higher in the sky, of course. Of course. Because large metal objects obviously can't really stay in mid-air unsupported. So, to you, the solution is ever taller towers? I plead guilty, sir. This lawyer is an idiot. Here's a small side info for people and language. In English, we call it an aeroplane or a plane. In German, it's called Flugzeug, which literally translates to flight thing. And I'm reconnecting to chat. This is... It's a European-style quiver of arrows with steel bolts inside. Oh, do you suppose? Be. And the research you can't get me Martha. In other words, yeah, Hajoma Tukubashi theory. It all goes to GAAC. More buzz over again. All the water as a sham. Don't think we can. Nope. And we didn't pick this up, so. I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. The machine is covered by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. There will be serious repercussions if you were to examine it from the Crown and the government. As nobody cares. Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. It's quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow. No loose change drop off the floor, nothing. Not even a bone on Toby here for my dear fellow. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they? I think that's just the case. That's just these two, Miss Susie. Sushi! Well, I would say we look first up before we continue with the door. Just to see if there's anything specific here, but I don't think so. No. This door is the best door I've ever seen. I mean, doesn't want to open. Yeah, looks like it got some pretty hefty log on it. With permission, Inspector, I could have the lock open in less than a minute. Yeah, Rex looked as though he really enjoyed that. Well, there's no sound of anybody on the other side. No, Noki must have fled at the first sign of danger. Mm-hmm. Oh! Waggles cone of fish and chips at you threateningly. Yes, but from a distance. Is something wrong, Miss Susie? Well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Gina, did you hear it too? Yeah, I heard it, no. What do you reckon, Toby? What, Mashima? As they left. Oh my, someone is in there. My dear Gregs, as I said only minutes ago. If only it were countenanced, I could unlock that door in less than a minute. Yes, Karzwawa. Get to Bashma. There, you may enter at will. confused minutes with seconds, I think. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? There's a strong possibility that beyond that door is the engineer you all seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow. Yes. Get him. Okay, there's a bomb. What happened in here? Why is everything upside down? Rats, there ain't no one in here after all. But there must be. It was only moments ago that we heard those noises. Maybe that was the sound of Noki running away? But there's only one door in this room. And no windows that could afford an escape route. Those skylights are too high. What's that up there? Are they footprints on the ceiling? Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints. To what? Baby, there's something of great interest here too. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar. A rope? What's significant about that? Hoof prints on my ceiling? It's more likely than you think. You know, anti-gravitational centaurs. Never mind. You see, you do not observe, Mr. Naruhodo. We must investigate the entire room thoroughly, and before the fit arrive. Fit. Well, let's start with the ceiling. It's a really lovely model. It looks like a real flying balloon. I think it's probably staying aloft on the same principle as the full-size balloon, using gas. A green flying balloon. It does have the hallmarks of that amazing deception at the Great Exhibition, doesn't it? Could it be that the whole thing was planned here in this very workshop? There's no denying, is there? They are footprints. Yes, it would appear so. And I simply can't imagine how they came to be there. Isn't there a Susato shoot-up or something? Like a Susato takedown, I mean? I'm no Wonder Woman, Mr. Naruhodo. But you could be. All you need is a wonderful, strong rope. Or whip, or whatever. It's a rope. That would make her almost superhuman, I suppose. Almost every piece of furniture is upside down. Even Mr. Sholmes' suit isn't ever in this much of a mess. You're in no position to comment on mess, Mr. Naruhodo. But I suppose it's not quite the same thing, is it? I mean, it's not... that's their warning. Ah, interesting. I mean, it's not messy in here per se. It's that everything is literally upside down. But why? We don't know. That's a very large safe. I don't suppose even Mr. Sholmes could open that lock. Although, if you were a thief, you could just steal the entire thing, I suppose. Yes, because it's so easy to carry around, right? It's bolt... Hi, Bob. It's bolted to the floor to prevent exactly that sort of underhand trick, Mr. Naruhodo. There we go. Well then, you could just steal the floor as well, I suppose. Yes, you could. I'm sorry, but you really aren't making any sense at all. Anyway, I think we can agree that whatever is inside must be very important. True. Mr. Sholmes, have you found something? Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this? Let's see. I've never seen anything like it before, and if I knew it was dynamite, I wouldn't touch it because I'm a protagonist in a puzzle game. It looks like a bundle of sticks and ah! Miss Susie, what's the matter? That's a... Surely that's a time bomb, isn't it? No! Ichimura! A time bomb? Sorry, but... What is a time bomb exactly? You truly are one of a kind, Mr. Naruhodo, and you're not even in Bayonetta. I won't take that as a compliment. Heh, you didn't know nothing, do you, Otto? What is bomba? I don't know. You haven't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gino? I invite you to consult a dictionary later, Mr. Naruhodo. But this particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it has a very similar appearance. Oh, well, good, thank goodness. But then, what is it? I see, so that's it. Goodness, Mr. Sholmes, have you seen the heart of the matter? There are times when I consider my lot most unfair, for I'm fated never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. But I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Miss Susie. Here we go. I feel a great deduction coming. Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Noki himself. As another matter of fact, I see that advertisement is coming in 3, 2, 1. And that's why we are going to wait for 3 minutes. I'm sorry for that. If you happen to watch the VOD, please feel free to click forward 3 minutes. Oh no, now I have to deal with this. Every hour. Da-da. Well, you know, Sari, you kind of missed the last 2 times. Saribot is not very good at reporting the ad breaks, to be honest. Mr. Murloc Gnomes. Not Mr. Murloc Gnomes. Da, da, da. Da, da. Gosh. I like how my stuff is still pending for approval. Oh look, one of my animated emotes is now available. Congratulations. I'm lying. Actually, 2 animated emotes are available now for Tier 1 subscribers. Crazy. Da, 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 da. On the positive side, this means like that they actually do work on the approval. But yeah, it's slow. Also welcome back, chat. As we can continue. Something was said, but my Twitch chat is slow. I'm still waiting for a static one I submitted yesterday to get approved. Yeah, the thing is, it can even take up to 2 weeks to get approved for emotes, which is crazy because in most cases when I like watch other streamers, they basically upload new emotes and it goes live within a minute or something like that. But then again, all those are partners. So, yeah. Anyway. Is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Noki himself?
Oh, but how could you?
And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor there is without question a completely genuine.
Please, Mr. Jones, you must explain everything.
It would be a pleasure. Oh god, here we go. After all, it is a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade. That face! Well, Inspector Greg seems delighted with the idea anyway.
Oh, you deflected the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done.
You are too kind, my dear madam. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Miss Susie.
Oh, yes, I would be delighted.
So, shall we begin? No. Once again, Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Here we go again. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table and the chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Well, thank you, Seribot. That is also delayed by minutes. Almost as if every item in the room had until recently been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor.
Every item in the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that?
Indeed, the key here is gravity. It would appear that technology has at least succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth. No. For the gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality.
Goodness.
The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. I quite understand your skepticism, Miss Susie. I, too, was incredulous at first. You know what I think? I think that this room can flip, or at least move upside, like either it can rotate completely or partially. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device, almost identical to one that featured in a dream of mine only the other day, in fact. He's absolutely delusional at this point.
But then why does it have a clock on it?
A most relevant question indeed. That is a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. There was clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because the anti-gravity device. So what all of this proves is that Americans knew all along. They just throw dynamite into everything to reverse gravity.
Huh?
Brain melt time, as per usual. The direction in which gravity acts is what? The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Noki before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion sometime later by the timer device. I have witnessed precisely this scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed. Yes, that makes perfect sense. Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, The best part is I can spell this word, but not right now. The greatest clue we have to explain this action, his actions, is above our heads.
Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling?
A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Trevor's aim was a singular: to escape. However, there is but one way into this room, except the skylight, that is.
Huh.
By inverting the gravity in here, Trevor was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way. Here's an interesting thought. So let's assume that this is all true. The next question is, what exactly is affected by the reverse gravity? Is it just this room, or is the device that turns over the gravity a sphere? Because if it's just the room, then you would literally escape through the window and instantly fall to your death, because you literally like turn on gravity again the moment you leave this room. And to make it even more awkward, let's assume it is a sphere. In other words, the gravity is outside also inverted, which basically would mean you would fall into the sky, and then you leave the sphere of gravity, and then you would fall normally back down, and then back up, and then back down, and then back up, and then back down. Which either leads to the situation that you cannot go anywhere because you trapped yourself into an ever-falling situation, or let's assume some movement make you move away from the place you are falling back and forth, which then also kills you, because at some point you will fall down from the height of a building onto the street by normal gravity. Strange.
But the ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Noki have fallen up to the ceiling rather violently?
Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Which explains how Noki was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun. Of course. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. No. She didn't even pay attention. She's completely spellbound. Mr. Sholmes, there's just one thing that troubles me. I would expect nothing less. I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. The thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean? I would say that with man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis. But your whole deduction hinges on it. Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. However improbable it may seem. It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of more enduring pearls of wisdom. Actual situation, it's actually bomb. It's actually a bomb? Ah, it's actually a bomb. It blows up, killing them all. The furniture is upside down because the guy in there threw a fit. Footprints on the roof cause freak out. He threw shoes at some point, and he is actually trapped under the fallen bookshelf. Trapped under the fallen bookshelf, I agree with you. The next most dumbest thing that we could say is like he put himself into the safe, but then he would actually die because of lack of oxygen. But let's see. I had Iris come up with the exact phrasing. My original was clumsy. Yes, I have a feeling I've read it in something that Miss Susie lent me once.
Objection!
Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, the spell's broken at last.
The rope you found was on the floor, wasn't it?
Indeed it was, in lonely coils near the wall.
But if Mr. Noki had used it to escape in the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall?
Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you will find do ropes. And as evidence of such, you need only to look at the mystery we faced in this room, now skillfully unraveled. That argument is as circular as the coils of the rope.
I think perhaps we might need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth.
Yeah, you're right. And we must do it quickly before Noki gets too far away. If you're ready, then let us resume. Sherlock Holmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. Here we go.
Everything is upside down.
Mhm. Here we go.
To think gravity could have been reversed in this very room, I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive such an explanation.
But the man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so...
Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once.
Oh, that's unusual. That's unusually merciless of you, Miss Susie.
When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he?
While refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices.
Yes, I suppose so.
Well, let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. It's gonna be fun.
All the furniture in here is very conspicuously upside down, certainly.
Yes, it does immediately put you in the mind of some strange quirk of gravity, I admit. See, the thing is that nothing happened in this room. This was already placed like this to begin with. To fool us, because Mr. Noki is very good at fooling people, so this is another scene of this. Okay, go home now, see you in 20 minutes or so. Safe and sound traveling there, Angie.
Ah, could it be that the mini whirlwind passed through here, do you think?
I'm not sure what that's much more plausible than Mr. Sholmes's explanation.
Oh dear, saying the first thing that comes to your head isn't the way forward here, it seems.
Well, I wasn't expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here, that's for sure.
Ah, look at that.
I know, that slender vase looks like it's about to topple at any moment, but the flowers are thriving. Hello, Vilnoise. Hey, Vilnoise, notice it? I have reached affiliate since yesterday. Somehow it makes you think of the fragility of life, wouldn't you say? Yes, yes, indeed.
To be honest, Mr. Naruhodo, something else about it made a rather deep impression on me.
Ah, look, Miss Susie. You got points now, yes. When everything seems to be upside down in here, this safe is conspicuously
Blah, 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 blah. Yes, that's true. But look more closely at the safe's feet.
Can't see on mobile what they are called. They are called Kodama. Blue streamer, but no blue emotes. Unplayable. Ah. You know, the emotes are... I bought the emotes as an emote pack from Sephiroth, or Sephiroth. I don't exactly know how to pronounce their name. And they are more or less placeholders until I get my own emotes. Yeah, Sephiroth. Indeed.
But look more closely at the safe's feet.
The dude from Final Fantasy? No. Huh. Oh, well, does it work? Okay. It doesn't want to work. There we go. Sephiroth is, well, more or less known among furry artists. Has also a different name. Is the answer anticipation? No. Ah, that's a lot of very large bolts fixing it to the floor. Think before you speak? That's what you wanted to say, isn't it? I really put my foot in my mouth here.
I certainly didn't say that.
The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the bone. It's also the inverted furniture. As far as I understand, there's only the upright vase, the safe, and nothing else. Pufferfish? No.
Take that!
The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the part of the gravity plate in this whole business. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, you've surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Time? No. 1 pound of fish? No. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps? No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes, trust me. As you rightly say, though it appears at first glance that all the furniture in this room is upside down. This unassuming slender vase is standing keenly to attention. And unlike the large safe, there is nothing affixing it to the floor. But it could be glued to the floor. Yes, and you can't also affix the flowers to the vase. And it's the expectation that breaks the rule. In short, much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all. My my deepest sympathies for your loss. Glue the vase. Yes, the bottom of the vase. Would be a pain to move it anywhere. Yeah, but that's not the idea.
Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes.
But then the show must go on, so let us continue with our deductions. Now that we know this contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility. You don't say. Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here. Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Quite, and naturally there is an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he?
I'm afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong.
Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. Silence. No. So whoever it was must have had a reason.
I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though.
Well, let's look around and see if the answer presents itself. It's a coal-burning heater, I think, isn't it?
Yes, it is, but it's not just for heating, you know. You can grill on it, bake on it, boil and steam things with it. It serves all sorts of purposes.
Bomb. Bomb indeed, but it's not the solution to the riddle. If that was a guess. That seems like having your cake and eating it too. Not unlike a heated kotatsu table with a nabe hotpot, a mikan orange, a cat, and an elderly relative. I'm not sure what a mikan is. The rest is clear. Man, now I want nabe hotpot.
Oh, you mean it seems too much? I suppose perhaps it does. But you realize only some of those things on your list are edible, don't you?
Uh-huh. Look, there's something written on the underside of this armchair.
Oh yes, safe 432582.
Safe? As in safe and secure?
As in secure lockable box, I think.
Admittedly, more likely.
Well, there's a large safe bolted on the floor on the other side of the room, so yes.
So you mean this number would let us open it?
I wonder why it's written here, though.
Tortoise, turtle, armadillo, snail, clam. No. We've already established that the gravity wasn't actually reversed in here, haven't we? In other words, this isn't an anti-gravity device at all.
Which makes me very curious to know what sort of device it is.
It's an actual time bomb.
But I think for now, it's clear that we are looking for an answer elsewhere.
The very reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of all this. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination. That sounds very tedious to just turn over a chair. Unless he basically looked for the password. Precisely, I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that you had a very similar experience once, did you not? Yeah, last year. And I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down on the inside cover of a book just in case. That's it. For people are forgetful souls at heart and always make a written note of important information.
Just keeping the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think.
And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Naruhodo? When the day of the draw came around, I'd forgotten which book I'd written the number in and had to turn my room upside down to find it. That's it. For people are forgetful souls at heart and always forget where they've noted things down.
Not if you always note things in the same place.
I actually won the second prize, you know. But I couldn't remember which magazine I'd slipped. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo, but I believe I've proved my point now. Which is that a very similar scenario has clearly unfolded in this room. Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. He remembered that he'd written it on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one. Leading to the state in which we now find the room. Yes, Mr. Noki overturned all the furniture in here, in a desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe. Hooray. Now let us consider the conundrum. Next conundrum.
Well, if a change in the direction of gravity can't explain it, then how did those footprints get there?
Yes, I feel as though that particular mystery has just become even harder to solve.
I can't think of any other way to explain it at all.
Sound, wave, stream, no.
Life was much simpler in those Halcyon days when gravity could be reversed.
It was a minute ago, and those Halcyon days never existed in the first place.
Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in more detail.
Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us in those situations in the first place. This is a gas balloon, isn't it? It's tiny, but it does seem to be a real balloon. Hard, no.
Yes, I think you're right. I think it's helium that's keeping it up.
Green gas balloon. Why does that seem ring a bell with me?
If you can see, there are footprints on this balloon too. Look!
Oh, yeah. Surely that's a clue, isn't it? Though what it tells us, I'm not sure. Interesting. There's also a shoe. It's hard to believe, but cold temperature, no. There's a shoe up there, look. Boot to the head.
Ah, yes, there are more footprints on this little balloon too. Perhaps the shoe was thrown up here and became lodged, do you think?
If so, judging from the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up several times. Why would anyone be throwing shoes up at the ceiling, though?
Oh dear, that's beyond me, I'm afraid.
It's not gonna be the skylight, but let's listen to it regardless. Looks like there are only windows. Huh? It looks like these are the only windows in the room. In other words, if you wanted to escape without using the door, these skylights would be the only way.
Yes, that's true, but even so.
And right next to the escape route, we notice some telltale footprints.
Nevertheless, as we've said many times now, gravity can't explain how they got there.
But powerful springs in the soles of a man's shoes could.
Have we been having strange dreams as well, like Mr. Schultz?
The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because the nearby shoe?
Take that!
The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. And on closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon.
But for what purpose?
A green balloon. That seems somewhat familiar, Data. Traffic. No. Ah.
It was a piece of green balloon envelope that Mr. Naruhodo and Iris found at the scene.
And inside the green balloon was that mask. Who was Master Gods again? Balloon that Mr. Gods claims saw above the stage when the incident occurred. Rest. No. Was the second birdcage the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception?
You mean to say?
If we assume the balloon in here is a model of the one used on that day, there's a strong possibility something may be concealed inside of it. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. But the balloon's out of reach. Hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely the shoe. Most probably, Noki intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assailing it with a shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of those lofty heights.
Oh dear, we desperately need to examine that balloon. If only there were some way we could see inside.
You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution.
Oh, the rope.
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? Call. No.
Mr. Sholmes has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope.
Alright, I have to admit, that was clever. So we just throw the rope up to the balloon and then pull it down to the ground?
Which is much easier said than done, I feel. And could take us a very long time as well.
True, perhaps we need more surefire method. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we?
Take that!
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this crossbow?
That was found at the scene, in fact.
And in all likelihood belongs to Mr. Noki. If the man had only brought it away with him that day, he could have avoided losing a shoe at such critical time as this. So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that Noki has hidden inside that balloon? Aha.
What the? It's the missing head. A waxwork.
Indeed it is, a waxwork head inside a metal mask. A mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock. So we can't see the face inside, that means.
Just a moment. This is the head of the waxwork model? Does that mean... oh goodness!
I see you've joined you joined the dots, Miss Susie. Excellent.
Ah, of course, the headless waxwork model.
Case of the abducted Madame Tussauds model that you'd largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing. Sleeping bag, no. Indeed it was. But I believe Madame Tussauds will now have to settle her sizable account with me. This, as you have now surmised, is the head of the infamous professor. Yes, but
why is it here?
This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the professor from Madame Tussauds and returning it sans tête earlier today was none other than Noki. Sans tête is French and means without head. This is incredible. Professor Bunbun's case and the waxwork abduction they are inextricably linked by Noki's workshop. Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. Yes, but... Uh-huh. This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you could remove the mask yourself if it was put on you.
What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal.
I know. It's starting to make me livid, actually.
Mr. Naruhodo, please.
I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek and all of a sudden you would be utterly helpless.
Well, yes, that's true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger.
Oh, right, sorry. Anything else? No. Okay. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure.
The architect?
You mean Mr. Noki? As it seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of the skylights. Obviously, the man must still be in this room.
What?
And his location should be abundantly clear. If you simply reflect on the journey we've made together during this deduction.
Noki is right here, somewhere in this room?
So, Mr. Naruhodo, will you do the honors? Yes, of course. Mr. Noki's hiding place must be the...
This bomb!
It's the safe. It's the ceiling. What could it be?
Take that!
Is it not? Oh my, alright, Mr. Driver, come out. Oh. Not there, Mr. Naruhodo.
But I don't understand.
You could always climb inside yourself. Please don't mind us, go ahead. I know you are fond of wardrobes. I'll think of something else, thank you very much. Okay.
Where could Mr. Noki be hiding? I'm sure that we've already come across a clue that reveals the answer, you know?
Yes, it was deduced by all the... Yes, it was when we deduced why all the furniture here was upside down, wasn't it? That gave us the answer, I'm sure.
We are very close, Mr. Naruhodo, I can sense it. He actually put himself into the safe? Why? That's insane. That's just crazy.
I have reconnected to my chat. Good job, Twitch.
Hi, Dizzy. Guess what happened yesterday?
I'll go visit the store. Oh. Look at all the mess in front of the safe.
Yes, plans and accounting ledgers.
Almost as if somebody was in a hurry to empty the contents of the safe, in fact.
Yeah.
Take that!
Why would he do that? Before we gained access to the back room, we heard noises from in here. Which tells us that the engineer was still in the building at the point of time. He was in fact searching for the combination to this safe. and pressed for time made no attempt to right the furniture that he overturned in the process, from which we can deduce that this search for the combination happened very recently indeed. Congrats on, I don't remember what it's called, but the thing you know, the thing, the Twitch thing now, all the perks. What? Ah, you mean affiliate. In summary, Mr. Noki. Well, thank you. You know, I put my side of the work into it. But the most support comes from all of you guys being here, lurking, chatting, coming back and forth. So you did also a big chunk of this, which I'm very grateful for. So yes, Bill Noise, thank you so much for being here, lurking, watching. Is at this very moment inside the safe. Why? Thus concludes Herlock great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Why is the Twitch website so weird when it comes to messages? Also, hi Bob. Yeah, I agree. Angry face. So, Mr. Naruhodo. Dear God, you're still alive. Have you been taking breaks? Every hour? Yeah. I like how you are shocked about that, Mono. Because I stream 5 hours every stream at least. Usually it even ends into 8 hours and more. I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide and seek, don't you? By opening the safe, you mean? What else? Let's see, the combination was 1...
432582.
I need that. Alright then, here goes. Why? Why?
You found me!
Okay, he's a puppet. He's a breakdancer. He's a breakdancing puppet. Oh my god. Great, and now I need a new voice. Which is good. I will think about this voice, because we are about to go into an ad break. And I will not go on with the game during ads. So, I will see you in 3 minutes. Cheers! What voice do I give Sephiroth? He looks like a very sad version of Sephiroth. Correct, 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 correct. I give him this, like, imagine I would give him this voice. Correct. That would be horrible, and my voice would be dead. Correct, 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 correct. I guess I'll go with that. Correct. Was he under the bookshelf? No, he was in the safe. I don't know why, because that is a really bad idea. Does he rob a hand? Probably. He's also a breakdancer and a puppet. Correct. Da, da, da. That's almost over. Interesting. Welcome back, chat. Correct. You better start talking. You tricked Professor Bun Bun with that bogus machine you built.
And you shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork from Madame Two Spells as well.
Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions, personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little puzzle first. Deactivate?
Your puzzle?
I refer to, of course, to the time bomb. I left it in the most prominent position. I see. Stunned silence. You're all gearing up to die with me then?
No! Mr. Sholmes, with only 7 seconds to spare, That was too close for comfort. I've got 1 foot in the grave already. Mr. Sholmes' deductions can be completely life-altering, can't they?
Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. The resemblance to an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say.
Anti-gravity devices don't exist.
Whew. I wouldn't push it, Mr. Sholmes. Oh god, what happened here? What on earth happened in here? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further.
Everything in here is precisely what it seems.
I don't know, I'm playing around. What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt.
Whistling?
Ah, that would have been me.
Oh,
For some reason, I woke in fine fettle today. Whatever that means. No words, just tightly squeezed chips. Clearly, I must have a screw loose, though, as I couldn't remember the combination from the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written it on. We also found a rope over by the wall.
Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe.
And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters. So I was mostly right that this guy is a nut who messed up the furniture, but not entirely correct on why. After that, you hid yourself inside the safe? Having first set up this parcel taking? I mean, I understand now why he put himself into the safe, so when the thing explodes he will be unharmed. But how would he open the safe from inside? Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. That is not what I wanted to click. The time bomb. Unharmed until he suffocates if the safe is not thrown and trashes him around like a pear in a rock tumbler. Yeah.
Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe. It's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it.
So, in fact, the safe was the only safe place.
Precisely.
But once you'd climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again.
I invite you to look more closely. What do you see, Simba? Look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within.
So it is. Okay, this explains it. So then it wasn't a stupid plan.
I had always intended to blow this place to smithereens in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans. Hadn't you more? No, that was unforeseen.
What do you mean?
Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet.
Did he ever answer the boots on the ceiling? As the thing is, there was a green balloon on the ceiling, and on the balloon we also had shoe prints. So what he actually tried to do is throwing the shoe at the balloon in the hopes that it will pop. But our best assumption at the moment is that he might also have missed twice, and the shoes landed on that part on the ceiling and left behind shoe prints. That's the assumption we have. There is a possibility maybe that there's something else as well, but this is the most logical, plausible explanation because of the balloon and the shoe prints on the balloon. Also, the shoe was stuck between the balloon on the ceiling and between the ceiling and the balloon. We made the balloon explode because we had a crossbow and arrows, and we found the head of the professor from the waxwork museum in it.
He calculated the time required for retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But you seemingly endless discourse in here threw a span in the works.
So this whole room is just weird as heck. Funhouse of nonsense. The thing is, he was in this room. The room looked absolutely normal. He was in this room. The room looked normal. Then we came in. He noticed that we were here. And he wanted to do two things. On one side, he threw his shoe at the balloon because he wanted to get the balloon to pop so he could retrieve the waxwork head, which he failed. And because he noticed that we heard him doing that, he placed a time bomb. he actually not placed first the time bomb. He noticed that we noticed him in this room, so he panicked. What he then did is he planned to put down a bomb to kill everything, but of course he didn't want to die, so his thought is, I'm going to put myself into the safe, put down the bomb, let everything explode and then escape. But he forgot the code to his safe, but he remembered that he put down the code of the safe down on the underside of a chair, but he didn't remember where he actually put it. So he actually turned every furniture upside down to find the code. He found the code below the chair, then put down the time bomb, put himself into the safe, closed it, and that's how we found the room. Like that, everything was upside down. Shoe prints on the ceiling and a closed safe. And we thought everything was going upside down with gravity, so to speak. I hope this explanation makes sense. Is something wrong, Gregs? Do I have something on my face besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth? This guy is a clown almost on the scale of Mr. Gnomes. Kind of. I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. But what about the two incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Bunbun's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition, and the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to.
That is no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the professor. Clad in a mask with a lock so strong, I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity.
I've seen considering carrying. That's enough. Oh god, it's death.
What's going on here, Gregs? I'm sure you're aware that I have the sole jurisdiction to investigate here.
Why? Dr. Death again. So the fit are here.
And you know full well this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart, the wonderful Echidna, and Knuckles knew of this, you would be finished. You lot, leave at once.
My dear madam, there's no need for such threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Death?
Hello, Sholmes.
Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Death? If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you are quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell you...
Get out!
But of course, we'll show ourselves the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah? It would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today. But Mr. Sholmes, let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands.
I said get out. Now. All of you. Your presence here is not required either, Gregs. 你学校 Let us leave this place. Yes. Gäbe ich aber kaum meine Mische. Ede korte bashaba. Tibe bi korte din. Ato korshe boborshe. Tikanma. Tu warshisha. Kimem. Spectre. What? Keep it more copper. So sorry, didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one. Oh yeah? That one? Yeah, yummy. Whoops. Oh. Well, these guys are dead. Yep, they are dead. Jeez. It was an hour later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibit. Professor Bun Bun's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever. To be continued. And this is gonna be the point where we will return to this wonderful game of absolutely zero brain rot. No rot in this brainerism at all. Indeed. Zero brain rot, of course. Whew. Oh, I have a very good idea. I'm sure someone will enjoy this idea. Okay, I'm gonna cook some food so my keyboard access will be limited. Okay, so regardless, I'm very happy that thanks to you or I'm very happy that for... Can I actually speak? I'm very happy that I finally reached this milestone in my streaming. It took me 1.5 years to go here, and all of your support counted heavily on top of that. So if you haven't heard it before, thank you so much for being here, sticking around, lurking, dropping in, dropping out. It immensely helped, especially in the last few months. And yeah, I'm so super happy that I got to this point, because this is one of the most important steps on this platform to reach. Yeah, so as you can see, not all emotes yet are in, because there have like a good chunk of them still proving for approval. Sadly, hopefully they will be here next time. That's that. Otherwise, I still have to sit down and still set up a few things. But yeah, again, it was amazing to see that I already got some subscribers here, which is thanks to Angie being the very first subscriber here, and then Boba Newt, who is a residential lurker in my chat, who gifted 5 subs to people, which was also very generous of them. So yeah. But as you have experienced by now, I will pause for chat when ads are starting, because I also believe in the fact that you should not be forced to pay a subscription for Nitro for whatever it's called here on Twitch, or a subscription to experience the content on the stream. So whenever I can, I will pause the content I'm streaming while Turbo, yeah. You know, I should know, because I'm basically a Turbo subscriber. Hi, Dizzy. But yeah, I just firmly support this. Like, you shouldn't be forced to have some kind of subscription to enjoy the content. So yes, whenever I can pause the content, whatever I'm doing, I will pause during ads, so nobody is going to actually miss anything. And yes, Dizzy, thank you so much for sticking around, especially lately, like the last few months, for being here, even if it was just lurking, because it helped to reach the 3 average viewership. Thank you so much, Dizzy. So yeah, you can expect that. There is a chance. Well, thank you. There is a chance that I might consider to implement the Tuesday as well as a streaming day, but I will think about that first. Yes, I still have my alternative channel, which now loses a lot of its original meaning, but I'm not gonna get rid of the alternative channel. I'll keep this channel around. I will see what I potentially can make with that channel. But yeah, now I'm not completely restricted, you know, in streaming. I can literally just hit this streaming button at any given time, because I'm now in this new position, which is great. Anything else? No, not really. So I will be at latest back on Wednesday at my usual streaming times. And hopefully I can figure out a few things until then. But most likely I have to sit down with a few people to figure those things out. But yeah, that basically brings us to the end of today's stream. Only 6.5 hours, it's almost disappointing. Like, where are my 12-hour streams, right? meow meow, and so on. But yeah, that's gonna be done. Let's go here. 1 second. Don't panic. Just had to see if this works. Okay. So, let's see. Do I have like a message for that? Here we go. We'll keep it simple today. Very simple. There we go. So, I will invite you to come with me in a mini raid to someone completely new. Raid message. Here could be your raid message, right? But yeah, we are going to raid someone completely new today, so I would say stick with me, come with me on this mini raid, check out the person, and don't forget, if you like what you're seeing, leave a follow, because it always helps out. Yeah, it's gonna be that. Look, a song I never use at the ending of my streams. Haha, smile. You all have a wonderful rest of your day. And if you're soon going to sleep, sleep well, positive dreams. Thank you so much. Happy Pride Month. And yeah, treat yourself, be nice to yourself. But a message raid would be weird as heck and confuse the target, indeed. Treat yourself, be nice to yourself, and always be yourself. Let's hope that this raid is going to work. It does. Good. There we go. Take care. Until next time. Bye, bye, bye. Thank you, Dizzy. Never!